at Woodbine, by the way. On the next day, they couldn't get the races off with all the heavy rain, but hopefully that's all behind us now. Today we're going to have a much better day, as you said. It's beautiful out there. Sun is shining. We got 10 races on tap. We need to go pretty quick on the first couple of races because we got a lot to talk about today. Let's jump right in. Race number 1, Speed Index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 75 and under. 250 yards of distance. The start of our daily double. Jen, who do you like in this race?
Well, I think this race pretty much boils down to the 2 horses that battled all the way from start to finish September 8th in a speed index race that was was one class lower than this one, but essentially it's the same, kind of horses. That's the 1 Hanover Hill Dashing and the 2 Magic Down There. And Hanover Hill Dashing beat Magic Down There last time after they battled all the way. And that was 250 yards, and this is 250 yards. I guess the only question in the race would be, does the Lady Is a Winner wake up here in her second start off the 1-year layoff? What do you think about her? Well,
I agree with you. I mean, I'm bang on with your thinking as well. I went 1-2 in here, and the only horse I shouldn't say it probably is the only horse I'm worried about is the 3 horse, because you're right. She's only had 1 start this year, and if she's better, she should be better with her second start. Let's move on to race number 2, an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-earners of 4,500 since June the 1st, 2021, and which have started 3 times at AjaxDowns this year. Field of 6 going forward. Again, you and I have landed on the same horses, however, in reverse order. You've gone with my namesake in here, Fast Streaking Nick. I went with Candyland. What's your thinking behind your selection here?
Well, I mean, Fast Streaking Nick, first of all, he's the only guy in the race with a win at 330 yards. Now, I know some of the horses in the race haven't even tried the distance. He's won 7 races. If you add up the wins of the other horses, all the other horses combined, you get 8. Mm-hmm. And the combination of Corey Spataro and Joe Tavares is 40% wins in the last 2 years. So I like, he closed mildly in his last race. He was third last time to a horse by the name of one of my favorites who came back and finished second with a 96 speed index. So I know there isn't a speed index for Fast Streaking Nick. We didn't have a time on that race, but he could easily run a 90 or even an 88, 89. And I just think the outside post, he's a guy that he knows how to win.
What was the name of that horse?
Fast Streaking Nick.
No, but the one that you were just talking about that he got beat to last time, you said it was one of my favorites.
Yeah, it was one of my favorites.
Well, what was his name?
Okay. Who's on first?
Exactly. Oh, the name of the horse was one of my favorites.
Right.
I thought it was one of your favorite horses. Oh, okay, I got it. All right. Okay, let's.
But, I mean, look at Candyland is, my second pick. We both got 1661 here. A horse that you should watch out for. Check him in the walking ring, and when he gets on the track, Louis Armstrong TLC. First of all, look at the horses he's been running against the last 2 races. Country's Coming Back and Maryland Magic. Forget it. But last time, he was very, very sweaty. He just left his whole race in the walking ring. Take a look at the 3 pre-race.
Well, that's because he was running against Country's Coming Back and Maryland Magic. He says, what am I doing in against these guys? These guys are too good for me. Good point, though, Jen. We'll have to check the paddock for that. Let's move on to race number 3, which is the start of our first pick 4 in today's card. I know you do have a pick 4 ticket that you did put together. We'll probably share that with everyone prior to race number 3, but we do have a field of 5 in here. Looks like we can narrow this field down quite a bit.
Yeah, and I just thought, hopefully the gang upstairs is listening, but I believe that when we were scribbling out those pick 4s, Nick,
yes,
I think we started on race 2, so I'm going to have to redo the early pick 4.
Oh, that's a good thing. That's a good reason why we're not putting it up.
Good, don't put it up.
Don't put it up just yet. Did you hear that, Curtis, upstairs? Curtis, we're going to make a last-minute adjustment to that ticket.
So, anyways, this is the first leg of the pick 4, the early pick 4, and, I think the race goes through the bottom horse, Magic Diamond, 2-year-old filly who, she's been pretty busy this year, hasn't had a whole lot of luck at the start of her races, She had the one race in April, but in the last two races, 2 starts ago in a trial for one of the futurity races, she really stumbled badly. And then last time she did a little jump up at the start, and it was in the slop. So, I mean, once she was getting all that mud in her face, forget it. She really looks like the horse that you could key in here. You know, Raptor is interesting, sort of the same kind of deal as Magic Diamond. Has had all kinds of issues at the start, getting smashed by other 2-year-olds, but I think Magic Diamond could be your key horse.
Okay, let's move on to race number 4, Speed Index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with who have never run better than a 90. And you know what? I love the name of this horse. I'll tell you one thing about Joe Tavares, who's going to be, in my opinion, a future Hall of Famer here at AjaxDowns and quarter horse racing in Canada, because he really does deserve to be. You know, he comes up with the greatest names, and I love the name of this horse. You're Not the Boss of Me.
And this horse is a definite contender in this race. I'm just trying to see here who I picked. Remind myself, you know, I do like You're Not the Boss of Me. 2 good races off a very long layoff. Got edged by his stablemate last time. Again, the Corey Spataro and Joe Tavares combination, very strong. I'm giving a bit of a shot. I might get some odds here on Eagle River Cowboy. I just think that, you know, he's better than he's been able to show this year. And, you know, he's been second and third in a couple of races. Last time he kind of hopped at the start, it says that. Then he was bumped, and then he closed some ground. And now he's getting 400 yards. And his only career win came at 400 yards, Nick. So Eagle River Cowboy for my little bit of a price horse, I think, in race 4.
There you go. Let's move on to race number 5. An allowance event. These are Ontario Sire 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 lifetime. And I think this is a 2-horse race. I think it's between Down in Carolina and Princess Leia. Princess Leia gets really a favorable post draw, in my opinion, draws the outside in a 5-horse field.
Yes, and, you know, I think the only thing that cost her last time is that she sort of broke outward and brushed the gate from the 2 posts. And, you know, just now, she's had 5 starts this year, 1 win, 3 seconds, and a third. You know she's always going to be there. I mean, she's just ultra consistent. But this filly, you know, I think it was just circumstances, just a little bit of a miscue at the start. If she gets a clean break, she should win. But look at the 1 horse Down in Carolina. He's been unbelievable this year. 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds in 7 starts. And he drops into an Ontario sired race. So he's been racing against open company, AJ Chicken 15 and the likes. So very dangerous horse from the rail. You see that he's won from the rail before. And him and Ismail Mascara, I mean, they're just a super combination. So it's a 2-horse race. I'm leaning towards the 5, as are you.
Okay, and, you know, just for people that are new to AjaxDowns, let me just point out a point. You might look at this race and say, well, wait a minute. Mascara rode the 5 in, you know, her last 4 starts. Now he's opted to ride the 1 Down in Carolina and Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. A little bit of history. Castillo has made a commitment this year to ride for trainer Tom Dunlop. There probably was a Dunlop horse in the last race or the last couple of races, so therefore he was committed to ride for him. Now that Dunlop doesn't have a horse in this race, he is free to ride for Bob Broadstock, because I know Ramiro and Bob are a very, very good team that go back several years. So I think that's what the case is here. I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty sure that is logical to me. Let's move on to race number 6, a maiden event. These are Ontario Sire maidens, 3-year-olds and up, 300 yards the distance in here. And this, you know, for a 5-horse field, this is a pretty tough race. I know you went with 1 horse. I went with a completely other horse. You went with the 4 Summers Grace. I went with the 5 Kitsa Winner.
Yeah, I find this a very tricky race.
It is.
I really, you know, wouldn't be surprised if any one of these won. I'm leaning towards Summers Grace, listed as first-time Lasix, and by, you know, such a good young stallion who's had a really good number of winners. Look at Magic's form. She had that really super debut in an open race, and now she's in an Ontario sired race. The horse that finished 3rd, Me Zoom and Bai, has come back to win. You know, the thing about Summers Grace is, have you been following along, is that she can get a little, funny in the walking ring. She was supposed to race recently, and she ended up having to be scratched. So you have to take a look at her down, see how she's doing in the walking ring and on the track. But I'm leaning towards her. I didn't know what to do with Kit's a winner, Nick. I mean, this filly has run races that easily would win this, but she hasn't been seen since July. And then we have the one workout showing there. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know what to do with her. She's very logical. Signature Eyes, for heaven's sakes. He won his last start going 400 yards, except that he was all over the place and bumped the second place finisher and was disqualified. So, yeah, I think the bottom two horses are the most likely.
Yeah, it's interesting. Neither one of us picked the 3-horse to win this race, and he is the only true non-maiden in the race because he did win and got DQ'd. I like the 5. I mean, Woodbine Max Bedell. I like Woodbine Max Bedell. Woodbine Max got all the money one day a couple of weeks ago. I just think, I think you're right. I think if he runs his best effort, and he's run some really good efforts, even though he's an 0 for 10 maiden, he'll be really, really tough in here, and he gets a real favorable post being on the inside. The 4-horse is a first-time Lasix horse, so really is the question mark in the race. Probably might be a little overbet for me. That's probably why I didn't really go in that direction. Let's move on to race number 7, the first of our 2 stake races on today's program, the 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity, $41,000 and $40 up for grabs. These are 4-year-olds and up, and 400 yards of distance, so really almost a true quarter horse race. You see a lot of 400-yard dashes, probably more so than 440s, which is a quarter of a mile, of course, but you know what? You've got some champs in here. You've got Feisty Icon, you've got Had to Be Ivory, you've got Firing Red Jess, who won a stake this week off Maturity. Country's coming back, who is another tough fighter coming in with really good form. I think we both landed on the same place. Had to Be Ivory. He's been outstanding his last 2 starts.
And broke the track record for 400 yards in his most recent start, Nick, August 11th, when he won the second leg of the distance series over Country's Coming Back. And he has just finally rounded into his top form. But really, this is a horse that's raced 20 times and only lost 5. And just really sharp right now. And 6 for 7 at the 400-yard distance. So Had to Be Ivory's the horse to beat. You know, how terrible was it when I was doing the picks that one of these 4 horses that I like the most here, the Firing Red Jess, who had won the Peak of Maturity, was beaten in neck in the Sired Maturity to Feisty Icon, and then you got Country's Coming Back and Had to Be Ivory, and I had to not pick one in the top 3, and we both left poor Firing Red Jess out of our top 3, and he's been a marvel this year, but somebody had to be not in the top 3, right?
Well, I think the reason, I know why I did it. I'm going to assume you did it for the same reason. Look at his record going 400 yards.
Yes.
He's had 6 starts going 400 yards. He's never been first or second. So Can he finish third? Yeah, sure. He's finished third twice. But, when you start going longer distances in quarter horse racing, it's no different than thoroughbreds. When you see a horse going 1.25 miles, some horses can do it, or they're just they can only go 3/4 of a mile or 7/8 of a mile. It's really, really important. You look at a horse like Had to Be Ivory, he's run 7 times going 400 yards. He's won 6 of them. Yeah. And the time he got beat, he was second. So that's really important. Feisty Icon's another horse that, he's a champ. He's a 9-year-old. He's getting a little long in the tooth right now. But another horse, he's had 5 cracks going 400 yards. He's not been able to win. But he's been in the money 4 to 5 times.
And he has actually won at 440 though, Feisty Icon. But he is definitely. I think Rick Kennedy would agree that he's definitely better 400, less than 400,
right.
350 and all that. So,
right.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a good. That's pretty much why I didn't pick Firing Red Jess in the top 3. So we'll see. But that's a super event, and that's the first leg of your pick 4 that you'll be showing us at some point.
I will be.
Okay.
Let's move on to race number 8, a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 85 and under. A nice field of 8 going forward, and I can tell you right off the hop, this is not an easy race. Don't get fooled. Don't think that this is between the 3 or the 6 or something like that. This is a tough race. Jen, who do you like in here?
Well, if you could see my papers from started when I was handicapping over the weekend getting this done, I've got all these arrows. I had it one way, and then I had a different way, and so I actually don't even know how I actually landed on it. Let me just do a quick check. I think I did 647.
Yeah, you did 6-4.
Okay, so I changed it. So I put Memory of Griffin on top. I liked the way he closed last time. He's had all kinds of issues at the start in his first few races, hopped, bumped. But last time he put it all together and closed really well in the allowance event. You know, there's a number of horses you can pick in here, and you're right. Don't get fooled by the easy maiden winner last time, Jesse
Right.
Traniel. I didn't pick him anywhere, even though you picked him on top.
I did.
But I like I Am the Eagle. I mean,
Sure, why not?
He's dropping in class. I mean, he's been running against some tough ones. He just has to break from the gate, and he's had this silly habit of sort of hopping up at the start. Ismail Mascara is going to give him a try today, so we'll see how the two of them get along. But so you went with the horse that finally broke his maiden.
Yeah,
last time.
but you know, I have to put a disclaimer on this. This is a real tough race, and if I'm betting, and you'll find out, you know, you might have to go a little deeper in here. I'm not sure. It wouldn't shock me if anyone won this race. Like, seriously, I have no throw. I can't say, like, I don't know who are going to be the two long shots in here, Waving Back at You or High Class Ecstasy might be the longer shots going postward. If they win, I'm not shocked.
Well, Waving Back at You now. I mean, if I thought we would have more time, I would have showed you her replay from last time. Throw out that race, okay? She had no chance in that last race, and then you get back to a 75 and an 85. Watch out for that 7.
There you go. I mean, that says it all. A real tough race in race number 8. Wouldn't surprise me if anyone won this race. Let's move on to race number 9, our co-feature race of the day, the 9th running of the Peacock Derby. $61,000 up for grabs, and $61,020 to be exact. And this is a recard of last Wednesday's race. What can I say? I mean, we talked about it in last week's show. We'll talk about it again. You've got some replays to show. Let's get at those replays.
Yeah, I'm going to show you the 2 trials for this race. And the first one I'm going to show you was the first trial, which was won by Streakin' Little Wagon. And she was... I'm going to show you the horse 1, though, coming out of the race, and that's Twixt of Fate. Let's watch him. Big stumble there. And battles on from the inside and just gets beat half a length by Streakin' Little Wagon. And a Streakin' Little Wagon, of course, you know, 8 for 13 in her life, 5 for 7 at Ajax. You know, she's going to be tough to beat. She ran an 89. She ran 103 at Canterbury before that. She's a monster. But look at Twixt of Fate from the rail here, Nick. Look at the kind of race that this horse ran despite his start.
Wow. Stumbled. Yep.
And so, you know, right away he's given up a length at least. And so Brian Bell's going to ride him for the first time as Tony Phillips is on the other trial winner. And we'll look at his race, and we'll actually focus in on him because he's a huge horse, Perrier Special. He ran the faster time of the 2 trials, just marginally. And he started from post 3. We're going to watch. You can go to the next replay, guys, when you get a chance there. And... So Perrier Special won the first trial and led all the way. Now, he goes back on Lasix today. There he is there.
Well, he got caught, if you look at the chart, he got caught bleeding last time. So he's on the list right now.
So he's back on Lasix. He's had lots of time to recover from that. And, you know, he's just a big, strong horse and led all the way. But if there's a chink in the armor, let's watch him here. He's very big, and like I said, here he led all the way. He can rally from off the pace, but because I think that Streakin' Little Wagon and Twixt of Fate are a little bit more nimble, a little bit more quick,
right?
He's going to have to do some running.
If I'm not mistaken, Jen, is this not a big horse, Perrier Special?
17 hands.
There you go. So he is a big horse. So he is the 400 yards obviously is a help to him.
Yes.
There's no question about that. But I think you're right. He needs to get into a gear. And Streaking Little Wagon and Twist of Fate might get the jump on him. And, of course, America's Rocket Man. We haven't talked about this horse. This horse is fast. He didn't really show it last time, but I think this time he's going to show more speed today.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. Oh, I already said that. He's one of my most
Oh.
favorite horses. And I know Corey Spataro loves this guy. He's a hard trier. You know, he was fifth behind Streak and Little Wagon. They might be a little bit beyond him, but he tries real hard, and he is quick, so we'll see how.
And he's going to be a price. So, I
Yes,
mean, if you're
exactly.
looking at a bit of a price, I mean, chances are 10-horse field, Derby race, there is going to be a price horse in there that's going to make the triactor or the superfecta pay well. So you need to focus on a bit of a price horse. Let's move on to the 10th and final race on today's card of racing. It is a maiden event. These are 3-year-olds and up going 250 yards. And a really nice field of 9 going forward for race number 10. I think it's a 2-horse race between Flybell Cartel and Kiss My Crystals.
I would have to agree with you there. Flybell Cartel, of course. This race was canceled. Sorry, my earpiece fell out. This race was canceled last week, and actually it's a shorter distance this time around, 250 yards, but 2 super efforts off the very long layoff. And she had a gate workout August 30th, so she looks very sharp. Kiss My Crystals rallied strongly. Not the greatest of starts in her latest, and she's very much capable of winning. I guess the only question mark in the race for me would be the 1-horse Investments coming off of a year-long layoff. From the rail post, I thought maybe I'd watch them once.
Okay, that's our show for today. That's Talking Quarters. We have 13 minutes to post for race number 1 here at AjaxDowns. Again, a beautiful day. Track is fast. We got a great card of racing, especially the last half. It's a great, great betting card. And we're going to take it upstairs to the voice of quarter horse racing in Canada, Frank Ferrari, for the changes on today's card.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome back to AjaxDowns. After not being able to run last Wednesday due to the rainstorm, I welcome you all back, to all the people live in attendance, and for all the people streaming in across the globe. This afternoon, we have an excellent card, 10 races scheduled for you, 2 major stake races here in quarter horse racing. They are the 9th running of the Peacock Derby and the 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity. Those go in our later races on our program, both races 7 and race 9. Now let's get started on the early changes this afternoon. In race 1, just so you know, we have changed the post time, and we will be starting 2 minutes earlier at 12:53. First race post time is at 12:53, so make your wagers early and avoid being shut out. In race number 1, we have a couple overweights. Number 2, Magic Down There, 1 pound over. Number 5, Bewitchin', 4 pounds over. Race 1 has win, place, show, exactor, triactor wagering, and it is the first half of the daily double. In the second race, the following overweights. Number 1, Candyland, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Hanover Hill Viola, 4 pounds over. Race 2 is race A of the early pick 3. Race number 3, we have an overweight. Number 3, Raptor, is 1 pound over. Number 2, This Chick's Cold as Ice, will be running on first-time Lasix. And number 5, Magic Diamond, will be racing with the flipping halter on. Race 3 is race A of the early pick 4. In today's fourth race, the following overweights. Number 3, Rowdy and Bodacious, 1 pound over. And number 5, Eagle River Cowboy, 5 pounds over. Also racing with the flipping halter on will be number 1, Senor Pagrana. In the fifth race, just the overweight, number 2, Hanover Hill Lucas, 5 pounds over. In race number 6, the number 2 horse, Caraway's Candy Lane, is 4 pounds over. Number 4 horse, Summer's Grace, is running on first-time Lasix and will be running with the flipping halter on. That brings us to the 7th race, the 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity for 4-year-olds and upward, with $40,000 added, running for a total purse of $41,040. In that 7th race, number 1, Firing Red Jess, 1 pound over. Also racing with the flipping halter on is number 1, Firing Red Jess. Race 7 has win, place, show, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering, and it is race A of this afternoon's late pick 4. In the 8th race, number 1, Shake Some Sugar, is 5 pounds over. Number 5, Hussein Colt, is 1 pound over. And number 8, High Class Ecstasy, 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on will be number 1, Shake Some Sugar, number 3, Jessa Train Y'all, and number 4, I Am the Eagle. Race 8 is race A of the late pick 3. That brings us to the 9th race this afternoon, the 9th running of the Peacock Derby. That's going to be in race number 9 for 3-year-olds, running for $50,000 added, running for a total purse of $61,020. In that race, we have number 3, Jessa Prima Donna, 1 pound over. Number 6, Twixt of Fate, 5 pounds over. Race 9 is the first half of the late daily double. Also running on first-time Lasix will be number 5, Perrier Special, in that 9th race, and racing with the flipping halter on, number 5, Perrier Special, number 6, Twixt of Fate, and number 10, SR Blue Hawk. Race 9 is the first half of the late daily double. And the 10th and final race of the afternoon, the overweights, number 1, Investments, 5 pounds over. Number 3, Papi Chulo, 4 pounds over. Number 4, Caraway Zoomin' Lane, 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on in race number 10 is number 9, Kiss My Crystals. Number 3, Papi Chulo, and number 5, Fly Bell Cartel. Those are the changes thus far in your program. Any further changes or corrections will be given to you before each race. Track conditions are listed as fast. It's 20 degrees Celsius, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is from the northwest at 18 kilometers an hour, which is 11 miles per hour, so the horses will be racing with a headwind this afternoon. Post time once again, race number 1 is at 12:53 in 5 minutes. The horses are now entering the track for today's first race. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 75 and under, running for a purse of $9,500. Number 1 is the Peacock Cattle Company's Hanover Hill Dashing. Tony Phillips aboard. Number 2, Magic Down There, owned by John Wilson, Carly Furlonger in the irons. Number 3 is The Lady is a Winner, owned by Rick Crispy and ridden by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 4, Awana Corona, owned by Debbie Slater, the mount to Norman D'Souza. And number 5 is Bewitchin', owned by Dan Giles and ridden by Rachel Isaacs. That is your field for the first race, going a distance of 250 yards. Just 2 minutes till post time. Make your wagers early and avoid being shut out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, we have further overweights regarding some riders this afternoon. Make a note, jockey Ramiro Castillo is 1 pound over. Jockey Ricardo Moreno, also 1 pound over. And jockey Corey Spataro, also 1 pound over. And jockey Ismael Mosquera is 3 pounds over. Those are the updated rider overweights on this afternoon's card of racing. The horses are now approaching the starting gates, just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 1, Hanover Hill Dashing is the first one in, trying to run his undefeated streak to 2. Number 2 is Magic Down there. Carly Furlonger is still looking for her first win at the meet. Number 3 is The Lady is a Winner. Number 4, Awana Corona. And the last one in is Bewitchin'. They're at the post. And they're off. Out quickest was Hanover Hill Dashing. Stuck at the start was number 2, Magic Down there. Hanover Hill Dashing by 3. Races for place. The Lady is a Winner. And Awana Corona. Awana Corona flying, but too late. Hanover Hill Dashing wins it. Awana Corona second. The Lady is a Winner completes the triactor. 1-4-3 unofficial. The unofficial winner of the first race was number 1, Hanover Hill Dashing. Second, number 4, Awana Corona. Third, number 3, The Lady is a Winner. And fourth, number 5, Bewitchin'. The results of the first race are now official. The winner is number 1, Hanover Hill Dashing, 5-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Sugarman Perry out of Dash to the Hilt by Purity Dash. Bred and owned by the Peacock Cattle Company, Hanover Hill Dashing is trained by Richard Kennedy and ridden to victory by jockey Tony Phillips. Hanover Hill Dashing winning the distance with a time of 13.789 seconds, carrying a speed index of 74. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 153-24. Those are the total results of the first race. In this upcoming second race, the following overweights: number 1, Candyland, 5 pounds over. Number 2, Get on the Bus Gus, 3 pounds over. Number 3, Louis Armstrong TLC, 1 pound over. Number 4, Hanover Hill Viola, 4 pounds over. And number 6, Fast Streak and Nick, 1 pound over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on: number 1, Candyland. Number 3, Louis Armstrong TLC. And number 6, Fast Streak and Nick. Number 5, The Kingsman. Race 2 is Race A of the early pick 3.
Race number 2 coming up in about 8 minutes. Jen, this is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up. Non-earners of 4,500 since June the 1st, 2021. And they've started at AjaxDowns 3 times. The betting is indicating 3-horse race, actually. The 1-horse, Candyland, the 6-horse Fast Streaking Nick. They're taking the early money in here.
Yes, Nick. And the one, Candyland, really... full of beans here in the walking ring. You can see her there at the trainer Michelle Woodley. She's having a hard time keeping. Ooh, and finished there.
Well, maybe she's full. Maybe she's full of sugar. You know, Candyland. Maybe that's why she's all. Yeah, she's all wound up. She does look wound up. Michelle's trying to keep her under control. Keep her under control. 3-year-old filly's being a little feisty.
Yes, and actually the horses are all looking quite on their toes here. It's breezy, and we wanted to look at the 3-horse Louis Armstrong TLC before he goes out, and because last time he raced he was sweaty, and he looks great today. And but this is a Fast Streaking Nick, I think, is the play here. He has 7 career wins. If you add the wins up of all the other horses, you get 8. He's with Roy Spataro and Joe Tavares.
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties with Jen. So, bottom line here is, as Jen just notified us, the horses do look good in post-parade. They're a little... and on their toes, ready to go. We're just looking at the 2-horse race now. It's taking a lot of money right now. Get on the bus, Gus. Great name, I'll tell you. Let's hope he can run a little bit better today. He hasn't run all that well his last couple of starts, but he could turn it around. Wouldn't be surprising. I still think it's between the 1-horse, Candyland, and the 6-horse Fast Streaking Nick, who really should be outside speeding here. If you're looking at a bit of a flyer, maybe the 5-horse at 4-1, the Kingsman, running for the First Line Racing Syndicate, and trainer Bob Broadstock. Tony Phillips rides this horse after his last start now. They're 5 minutes to post. The start of today's pick 3. We're going to get Jen's mic situation fixed up, and she'll be back with us for race number 3. Good luck in your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's second race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, non-earners of $4,500 since June 1st, 2021, and of which have started 3 times at AjaxDowns in 2021, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, Candyland, owned by Richard Winsakabi and ridden today by jockey Brian Bell. Number 2 is the Big Dog Racing Stables Get on the Bus, Gus. The mount this afternoon to Ismail Mosquera. Number 3 is Rick Crispy's Louis Armstrong TLC. The services of Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 4, the Peacock Cattle Company's Hanover Hill Viola, Rachel Isaacs in the irons. Number 5 is the First Line Racing Syndicate's The Kingsman, the mount to Tony Phillips. And completing the field, number 6 is Fast Streakin' Nick, owned by Christine Tavares and ridden today by jockey Corey Spataro. That is your field for the second race, going a distance of 330 yards. Just 2 minutes till post time. Race 2 is race A of the early pick 3. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. Horses are now entering the starting gates. First one in is number 1, Candyland, one of 2 3-year-old fillies in this field. Number 3 is Louis Armstrong TLC. Number 4, Hanover Hill Viola, trying to give the Peacock Cattle Company both ends of today's daily double. Number 6, Fast Streakin' Nick. Get on the Bus, Gus is in. And the last one in, number 5, the Kingsman, trying to give Tony Phillips back-to-back winners. They're at the post. And they're off. Candyland broke sharpest of all. Second away is Get on the Bus, Gus. Third in the center, Louis Armstrong, TLC. And now the Kingsman is asked to pick it up. Candyland dig again, leads by a length and a quarter. The Kingsman is gaining with every stride, but they're running out of ground. Candyland goes gate to wire. The Kingsman was second, and Get on the Bus, Gus completes the triactor. Race 2 unofficial, 152. The unofficial winner of the second race was number 1, Candyland. Second was number 5, The Kingsman. Third, number 2, Get on the Bus Gus. And fourth, number 3, Louis Armstrong TLC. The results of the second race are now official. The winner is number 1, Candyland, 3-year-old chestnut filly by Jess Good Candy out of Special Wave by Special Leader. Folden, Oklahoma by Aaron Harvey. Candyland is owned by Richard Winsakabi, trained by Michelle Woodley, and ridden to victory by jockey Brian Bell. Candyland winning the distance with a time of 17.283 seconds, carrying a speed index of 84. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 134-625. Those are the total results of the second race. In this upcoming third race, the following overweights. Number 2, This Chick's Cold as Ice, is 3 pounds over. Number 3, Raptor, and number 5, Magic Diamond, both 1 pound over. Also note that number 2, This Chick's Cold as Ice, will be running on first-time Lasix, and number 5, Magic Diamond, will be racing with the flipping halter on. Race 3 is Race A of the early pick 4.
Horse racing makes me feel alive. Horse racing, very thrilling. Horse racing, the speed, be as one with the animal, nothing on earth, on the planet like it.
Back in the summer of '69, AjaxDowns opened its doors. It all started when the Peikoff family, already big into horse racing, felt a racetrack was the perfect recreational use of their property, especially since Sunday activities in the area were limited. Many remember Peikoff Downs and its old J-track. The track was J-shaped and uniquely curved to the right, the opposite way of the other North American tracks. They trained all the horses to turn right, not left, to avoid the highway, and it worked this way for 30 years. In 2009, Peikoff Downs became AjaxDowns, and a state-of-the-art 6-furlong oval racetrack was constructed. With about half a century of established horse racing history, AjaxDowns offers world-class racing with horse speeds of 45 miles an hour. It offers slots, dining, and live entertainment, and is still the best activity to take part in on a Sunday afternoon.
Race number 3 coming up in 7 minutes, Jen. The start of our Pick 4. You have a Pick 4 ticket too, don't you? You want to talk about that ticket?
I didn't actually have a Pick 4 ticket because...
Oh, that's right. We screwed up the wrong races. We thought you and I did it. It was actually probably my fault. But
it's okay.
It's okay.
I would key the 5 horse in this race, Magic Diamond, and then try and spread them the rest of the way.
Okay, I mean, who's the horse that could possibly upset in here? I noticed that 2 was taking a lot of money in here.
Yeah, the 2 horse is a really neat-looking horse, and she was stuck in the slop last time. Some of these horses had to race in the mud and the slop from that September 8th and September 15th. So, and she also adds Lasix, so that's this chick's cold as ice. And her first career start, she was 3rd, but she was 5 lengths behind Magic Flare, and she's not a bad filly at all. But I still think that the stablemate of this filly, the outside horse, Magic Diamond, is going to be tough. I would say that Raptor would be the one, Nick, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. You know, when you look at Raptor, first time out, back on July the 14th, this horse ran a really, really good race. I mean, got beat a length and a half. I know Magic Diamond was in that race, ran second, but Magic Diamond had a race already under her belt. But this horse since then has really tailed off.
Well, she has had all kinds of issues at the start, and not of her own making. If you look at every race since that sharp debut, she did have one where she came out at the start, and she really came out of the start that day. Then she was squeezed, then she was bumped hard, and then last time she jumped up. So, I mean, she's a 2-year-old that is learning. I don't know why I keep calling her she. He's a 2-year-old that is learning, and by the way, I mean, with the number of second place finishes by this Barn Scott Reid and Carly Furlonger, you gotta think that the wins are gonna come in piles very soon.
There you go. There are 5 minutes to post. The start of our first Pick 4 on today's card of racing. We do have 2. One that starts in race 7. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's 3rd race. It's for Ontario sired maiden 2-year-olds running for a purse of $13,000. Number 1, Down Home Possum, owned by Paul Garrison and ridden today by jockey Norman D'Souza. Number 2 is the GFR Equine Services This Chick's Cold as Ice, the mount to Ismael Mosquera. Number 3 is Raptor, owned by the partnership of Colleen McCracken and Scott Reid, and ridden by Carly Furlonger. Number 4, La Jolla-6, also owned by Paul Garrison and ridden by Max Badal. And number 5 is Magic Diamond, owned by Malena Fitchin, Ricardo Moreno in the irons. That is your field for the 3rd race, going a distance of 300 yards. Just 2 minutes till post time. Race 3 is Race A of this afternoon's early Pick 4. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 1, Down Home Possum, is the first one in, one of two in the field for owner-trainer Paul Garrison. Number 2 is This Chick's Cold as Ice, one of two for trainer Jason Pasco. 4, La Jolla-6 is in. 3 is Raptor, the lone gelding in the field. And the last one in, number 5, Magic Diamond. They're at the post. And they're off. Down Home Possum towards the inside. In the center is Raptor, and on the extreme outside, Magic Diamond. Magic Diamond ahead in front of Raptor. Tailing off is Down Home Possum. It's down to 2 horses, Raptor and Magic Diamond. Raptor, the lone gelding in the field, wins it over Magic Diamond, and Down Home Possum completes the triactor. Race 3 unofficial, 3-5-1. The unofficial winner of the third race was number 3, Raptor. Second, number 5, Magic Diamond. Third, number 1, Down Home Possum. And fourth, number 2, This Chick's Cold as Ice. The results of the third race are now official. The winner is number 3, Raptor. 2-year-old bay gelding by Bodacious Jess out of Make Us a Miracle by Dean Miracle. Foaled in Ontario by Ivy Lane Racing, Raptor is owned by the partnership of Colleen McCracken and Scott Reed, trained by Scott Reed, and congratulations to jockey Carly Furlonger on her first win of the meet. Raptor winning the distance with a time of 16.313 seconds, carrying a speed index of 64. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 34152. Those are the total results of the third race. In this upcoming fourth race, the following overweights, all carrying 1 pound over, are the number 2 horse, Tell Her a Secret, number 3, Rowdy and Bodacious, and number 4, You're Not the Boss of Me. Number 5, Eagle River Cowboy, is 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on, number 1, Senor Pagrana.
Well, lots of happy faces here, and we finally get our technical issues out of the way. Our first interview of the day, and what a nice one it is. I'm joined by winning jockey Carly Furlonger, and we'll find out why in a second. But the winner was Raptor of the 2-year-old race, a bay gelding, 2 years old, bred by Ivy Lane, owned by Scott Reed and Colleen McCracken, trained by Scott Reed. And Carly, this is your first win of the season, and not only that, you had a lot of second place finishes, but your first win since you've been back riding after a few years. You had a baby with Scott, and here you are. It was frustrating for a while, I guess, but how do you feel now? You rode Raptor to victory.
Relieved. I feel it's like about time. No, it's great. It's great.
You rode so many great horses when you were riding. Feisty Icon, you were the regular rider for that champion, and but then you went off to have your young man there. And what made you decide to come back to ride?
I started to really miss it. I was Scott's assistant trainer for the number of years that I was off after I had Weston, and I still gallop everything at the farm and break babies and work them here at the track. So I really missed it, and it's good to be back.
And winning on Raptor, tell me about him. He's had all kinds of silliness at the gate, hasn't he, since that good debut?
Yeah, he ran really well in his opener, and he just gets himself all excited, and he starts popping up a little. We made an equipment change and put him on a flipping rig, and that seemed to make the difference for him.
Well done, Carly. You have a fan club here, I see. Congratulations, and now the wins are just going to start coming in, aren't they?
Let's hope so.
All right, round of applause for Carly Furlonger. Congratulations. And we got race 4 coming up in 17.
Horse racing makes me feel alive. Horse racing, very thrilling. Horse racing, the speed, be as one with the animal, nothing on earth, on the planet like it.
Back in the summer of '69, AjaxDowns opened its doors. It all started when the Peacock family, already big into horse racing, felt a racetrack was the perfect recreational use of their property, especially since Sunday activities in the area were limited. Many remember Peacock Downs and its old J track. The track was J-shaped and uniquely curved to the right, the opposite way of the other North American tracks. They trained all the horses to turn right, not left, to avoid the highway, and it worked this way for 30 years. In 2009, Peacock Downs became Ajax Downs, and a state-of-the-art 6-furlong oval racetrack was constructed. With about half a century of established horse racing history, AjaxDowns offers world-class racing with horse speeds of 45 miles an hour. It offers slots, dining, and live entertainment, and is still the best activity to take part in on a Sunday afternoon.
Race number 4 is the Speed Index event. For those that have never been better than 90, Jen, the big question mark here, of course, is the 400 yards. Who's going to like the distance?
Well, we have a couple of horses in the race that have won at the distance. The one that I picked, actually, the 5. I thought I was going to get a bit of a price on this horse. Right now, 2-1 on the 5, Eagle River Cowboy. But, you know, this race, as we had discussed when we were putting together our Pick 4 ticket, that we didn't actually do properly, but we were going to use an all in this race because we thought it was pretty tough, right? But I like Eagle River Cowboy. I think he's coming up to a good race. Scott Reed, you know, once you start getting the win after a little bit of a lot of seconds and thirds, I think the wins are going to start coming. He's got 2 in here. And this guy, you know, hopped up at the start of his latest. Then he bumped a rival, and then he finished really well. And I just think that with the added distance, if he keeps a straight course, I think he's got a good chance.
Yeah, he's got 40% of the horses in the race, so he's got a pretty big shot. And he is coming off a win in race number 3 with Carly Furlonger, who, congratulations, Carly, for breaking your maiden in 2021, getting your first win. I like the 4 horse. You're Not the Boss of Me. I love the name. I like the trainer. I like the rider. My only question is the distance. This horse ran a big race last time, going 300 yards, stretches out another 100 yards in here.
I think it'll be okay for him. He's a pretty good-sized horse. You know, he does, you know, over his years of racing, which he's raced a few years, but he's only had 23 starts. But he's had 12 seconds and thirds, so he does tend to hit the exacta and the trifecta more often than win. But the 2 races he's had in the since the long layoff have been super. And as we spoke earlier on the pregame, Nick, Corey Spataro riding for Joe Tavares in the last 2 years, 40% winners. So I think the distance will be okay for the 4 horse. And you know, he's looking for his first win since July 2019.
Let's talk a little bit about the 1 horse at a bit of a price in here. Bob Broadstock, the trainer. Norm Lloyd D'Souza in the saddle again today. This horse has had a really good year this year. 5 starts, 1 win in 3 seconds. 4-5 in the money. Didn't have a really good start last time. Lunged at the start. The 400 yards, I don't think is going to be a deterrent to this horse.
Nope, he was beaten in neck to Hanover Hill Teresa in a good effort at 400 yards. Yeah, throw out his last race because he just had a very messy start. We'll see how, so far the 1 post has done quite okay today, so that should be all right. It's just a matter of he's got a pretty quick one right to his outside and Tell Her a Secret, and she breaks pretty quickly, so he's going to have to sort of keep up with her if he's going to stay in range. And, you know, Carly Furlonger and her partner Scott Reed combined with the 3 horse, Rowdy and Bodacious, who is really sitting on a win. I mean, he's probably well overdue. It's been more than a year. He's often closing, doesn't quite get there. Last time he had a little bit of a hesitation when the gates opened, and then he closed fast. I know it says Weekend Lake, but he actually closed fast that day, and there he is. He's going to win one of these days, and he's actually a full brother to the horse that just won the previous race, Raptor. So if little brother, you know, said to him back at the barn, well, I won, it's your turn now, Rowdy.
Yeah, there you go. He's looking good in the paddock. There are 6 minutes to post for race number 4 here at Ajax Downs. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fourth race. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with a speed index that has never been better than 90, running for a purse of $11,000. Number 1 is the Husty Sport Incorporated Senor Pagrana, the Mount to Norman de Souza. Number 2 is the Big Dog Racing Stables Tell Her a Secret, jockey Ricardo Moreno aboard. Number 3 is Rowdy and Bodacious, owned by George Coleman and ridden by Carly Furlonger. Number 4, You're Not the Boss of Me, owned by Christine Tavares and ridden by Corey Spataro. And number 5 is John Wilson's Eagle River Cowboy, the Mount to Brian Bell. That is your field for the fourth race, going a distance of 400 yards. 3 minutes till post time. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 2, Tell Her a Secret. The lone mare in this field is in. Number 3, Rowdy and Bodacious, trying to give Carly Furlonger and Scott Reed back-to-back winners, and is the full brother to the previous race winner, Raptor. Last one to load will be from the inside stall, the even money favorite, number 1, Senor Pagrana. Acting up in the gate is number 4, You're Not the Boss of Me. The 6-5 choice on the board. Senor Pagrana is in. They're at the post. And they're off. Senor Pagrana breaks out on top towards the inside. Away second is Tell Her a Secret. Third in the center is You're Not the Boss of Me. And then it's both Rowdy and Bodacious and Eagle River Cowboy. Senor Pagrana, Tell Her a Secret is gaining. Eagle River Cowboy from the extreme outside is gaining. They're coming down to the payoff, and Eagle River Cowboy gets up to win it over Senor Pagrana and Tell Her a Secret. Race for an official 5-1-2. The unofficial winner of the fourth race was number 5, Eagle River Cowboy. Second, number 1, Senor Pagrana. Third, number 2, Tell Her a Secret. And fourth, number 3, Rowdy and Bodacious. The results of the fourth race are now official. The winner was number 5, Eagle River Cowboy. 4-year-old Sorrow gelding by One Famous Eagle at a fast prize Corona by Corona Cartel. Foaled in Texas by Wetona Stanley. Eagle River Cowboy is owned by John Wilson, trained by Scott Reed. That's back-to-back winners for Scott Reed, and ridden to victory by jockey Brian Bell, also his second win of the afternoon. Eagle River Cowboy winning the distance with a time of 20.721 seconds, carrying a speed index of 78. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 2-3-4-5-1. Those are the total results of the fourth race. In this upcoming fifth race, the following overweights: number 1, Down in Carolina, 3 pounds over. Number 2, Hanover Hill Lucas, 5 pounds over. And boat number 3, A Fancy Arrangement, and number 5, Princess Leia, 1 pound over.
Eagle River Cowboy from the outside post, charging to victory. Second consecutive winner for the Scott Reed barn. That fellow is owned by John Wilson, and a 4-year-old sorrel gelding by One Famous Eagle. Second win today for jockey Brian Bell. He's won 2 of the first 4 races. And Brian, you are familiar with this unusually colored horse. He's quite interesting looking. You won on him last summer. You won his maiden. He's been very wind shy though, and I know he's had a little bit of troubles here and there at the start. What was the key today to getting him to win?
Oh, I told Scott, I think it's the cooler weather. He seemed to, that's the best he's ever been in the gate, and yeah, he just ran his race, and I'm thinking it's the weather.
And what about the 400 yards? I thought maybe that helped him because he has won at the distance before, and he seems to be rallying.
Yeah, the 400 really. He's never acted like this to before. He was just all cool, calm, and collected, and normally he's a little bit on the higher side, and usually he can be a handful in the gate. Today he was just in the V and was just perfect today.
So we should look for horses that are enjoying this cooler weather, I guess.
Yeah, you should.
And tell me about your mount in the Peacock Derby, the big race for 3-year-olds. Twixt of Fate stumbled badly at the start in the trial, just got beat. He sure looks like he's sitting on a big effort.
I think he is. It's an honor for me to even get to ride him this year, and made my first shot, and he looks like he could possibly do it. Who knows? It's a great race with all the horses, and hopefully he can get the job done.
Well, good luck, Brian, and congratulations. Already 2 wins today, and keep it up.
But I like to say, it's not only a good day, it's when you have your biggest fan here to come to support you with Jessica.
Yeah.
Seems to always do really well. So I
That's
don't take
right.
her.
Jessica is here. That's right. Well done. It's 2 wins in a row for Scott Reed, and we got race 5 coming up.
Horse racing makes me feel alive. Horse racing, very thrilling. Horse racing, the speed, be as one with the animal, nothing on earth, on the planet like it.
Back in the summer of '69, AjaxDowns opened its doors. It all started when the Peacock family, already big into horse racing, felt a racetrack was the perfect recreational use of their property, especially since Sunday activities in the area were limited. Many remember Peacock Downs and its old J-track. The track was J-shaped and uniquely curved to the right, the opposite way of the other North American tracks. They trained all the horses to turn right, not left, to avoid the highway, and it worked this way for 30 years. In 2009, Peacock Downs became AjaxDowns, and a state-of-the-art 6-furlong oval racetrack was constructed. With about half a century of established horse racing history, AjaxDowns offers world-class racing with horse speeds of 45 miles an hour. It offers slots, dining, and live entertainment, and is still the best activity to take part in on a Sunday afternoon.
Race number 5 is an allowance event. These are Ontario Sire 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 lifetime. $14,500 up for grabs, Jen. 5-horse field. The 1 horse is taking all the early money.
Yeah, well, we sort of thought that this race would come down between the outside horse and the inside horse, and right now everybody seems to be enamored with the very consistently good Down in Carolina. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds in his 7 races this year. And the interesting thing about him is that he has been racing in open events, so horses that are not bred in Ontario, restricted to Ontario breds or Ontario sired, but now he races against only Ontario sired horses. So I guess the fans are picking up on the slight class drop there. And, you know, he's run so well this season. And from the rail, he's already won from the rail this year as well.
I've got breaking news. The 3-horse A Fancy Arrangement is now a vet scratch. We're down to a field of 4, so I'm not sure how much of a factor this horse was going to be to the pace of the race. So does it really change your mind at all that the 3 is now out?
No, not really. I mean, she was just coming off a long layoff September 1st, and actually she did break well in that race, but really she actually rallied to win in the last jump. So she would have liked the extra distance, but I don't think it changes how this race shapes up.
Okay. The 4-horse, Phil Jefferson. I want to take a look at this horse in the paddock because he's a handsome, handsome horse. This is a horse, if anyone can upset, maybe he can.
Yeah, he's been sitting on a win for a while now. He's had 6 outings this year. He does have some trouble sometimes coming out of the gate promptly. Last time he had a really awkward start, and you can see by his races that he's been running in speed index events all season long. So he is meeting slightly easier in this Ontario Sired event. I mean, I think the race goes through the 5. She has been so close to winning a bunch of races this year. And last time, had it not been for a little bit of a miscue at the start where she brushed the gate and broke outward, she probably would have won that race.
Okay, there you go. There's our analysis for race number 5 coming up in 5 minutes. We'll see you after the race.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a late vet scratch in this upcoming 5th race. Scratch from your programs, the number 3 horse, A Fancy Arrangement. Once again, a late vet scratch, number 3, A Fancy Arrangement. If you've wagered on number 3, A Fancy Arrangement, win, place, show, exactor, or triactor, you will be given a full refund. However, if you have number 3, A Fancy Arrangement, in a multiple exotic wager, such as the pick 3 or pick 4, you will now inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, late scratch, number 3, A Fancy Arrangement. The horses are now entering the track for today's 5th race. It's an allowance for Ontario sired 3-year-olds and upward, non-winners of 3 races lifetime, running for a purse of $14,500. Number 1, Down in Carolina, owned by Emily Obu and ridden by Ismael Mosquera. Number 2 is the Peacock Cattle Company's Hanover Hill Lucas, ridden today by jockey Brian Bell. Scratch number 3, a fancy arrangement. Number 4 is Phil Jefferson, owned by Earl Foster and ridden by Max Badal. And number 5 is Princess Leia, owned by Marie Broadstock and ridden today by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. That is your field for the 5th race, going a distance of 300 yards. Just 3 minutes till post time. As they're now approaching the starting gates, just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 1, Down in Carolina, is the first one in. Co-favorite at 4-5. Number 2 is Hanover Hill Lucas. 4 is Phil Jefferson. And the last one to load, number 5, is the lone mare in the field, Princess Leia. They're at the post. And they're off. Princess Leia on the extreme outside. Towards the inside is Down in Carolina. Then it's back to Hanover Hill Lucas and Phil Jefferson. Down in Carolina has the lead. Phil Jefferson is a game second with Princess Leia. They're closing furiously, but Down in Carolina holds on to win it. Hanover Hill Phil Jefferson was second, and Princess Leia completes the triactor. Race 5 unofficial, 145. The unofficial winner of the fifth race was number 1, Down in Carolina. Second, number 4, Phil Jefferson. And third, number 5, Princess Leia. The results of the fifth race are now official. The winner is number 1, Down in Carolina. 4-year-old Sorrel Gelding by Azure Down There out of Dinah, Carolina by Blushing Bug. Foaled Ontario by Brian Farrell. Down in Carolina is owned by Emily Obu. Trained by Jason Pasco and ridden to victory by jockey Ismael Mosquera. Down in Carolina winning the distance with a time of 15.951 seconds, carrying a speed index of 76. Rechecking from top to bottom, the order of finish in your program should read 1-4, late vet scratch, 2-3. Those are the total results of the fifth race. In this upcoming sixth race, the following overweights. Number 2, Caraway's Candy Lane, is 4 pounds over. Also note, number 4, Summer's Grace, is running on first-time Lasix and also running with the flipping halter on.
down in Carolina. That is his third win this season, and congratulations to Emily Obu and trainer Jason Pascoe, and this gelding bred in Ontario by Brian Farrell. And what a season this guy has had. He just won an Ontario sired allowance race for non-winners of 3, and now he's got that. And his favorite rider, Ismail Mascara, joins me here, and Ismail's ridden him every race, I think, but one. Ismail, tell me about down in Carolina. He's just a wonderful guy who runs well every time, doesn't he?
Well, I ridden him every single time, as you said, except for one time, and that was the day we had his truck, and Currently pick him up. But he's pretty nice. He's pretty nice. He used to be a little bit green as a 2-year-old, run here and there, dog in, dog out, and everything. But we always knew that he had talent, right? But now he's showing because he's running straight, living in there very good. So he's running against tougher company and being competitive. So we're very, very lucky to have him.
Well, there's been a lot of number 1 horses win today as well. I don't know if that means anything because the fields are kind of small to start out the day, but he's won from the 1 hole before. Was the inside any better or any worse, or just
No, he put the same performance out there. I went with him on a number 10 one time in the 1, but surely hope that the 9 race, the 7 will win, not the 1.
There you go. Well, congratulations, Ismail, and good luck in the big races today.
Thank you.
And congratulations to Emily and Jason Pascoe. And we have race 6 coming up in 17 minutes.
Race number 6 is a maiden event. These are Ontario Sire maidens. What are you laughing at, Jennifer? Oh, you're such a funny woman. This is an interesting race. We got a 2 to 5 shot. Summers Grace. You know what? I can't bet 2 to 5, especially off a horse that's only had one lifetime start.
Well, it's a bit of an intriguing maiden event here. Summers Grace did have that very nice debut outing, and that was against Open Company. And she's making quite a nice appearance here in the walking ring. She's doing very well, walking with Katie Brown there aboard the pony Dixie. Now she's in an Ontario sired race, so she's actually dipping a little bit in class. She's adding Lasix. So she is one of the more logical horses in the field. The one that interests me is the 5, Kitsa Winner, and I believe you might have picked this horse, Nick?
I did pick this horse. I know the horse is 0 for 10, which generally goes against what I like doing, but this horse, this filly, has run some huge races in the past. First time out this year, back on June the 23rd. She runs back to that race. She's a winner.
Yeah, she showed plenty of ability so far. She comes off a little layoff, having not been out since mid-July, and Max Bedell is usually her rider, and she had a good workout time on September 6th to get ready for the return. Her last start, a good one, and she was 4th in a race against some winners, and now is back in a maiden race for Ontario side horses, so she definitely qualifies. And the 3-horse Nick's the one that we are interested in because he's actually won a race.
Yeah, he won a race, but he was a bad boy that day, and he got disqualified and placed second. Tony Phillips back in the saddle on this horse for the 6th start by that thoroughbred sire, Signature Red, trained by Richard Kennedy, owned and bred by one of my favorite guys in the world, Howie Walton.
Yeah, and Signature Eyes, I thought, really improved with the distance last time, 400 yards. So he's got to shorten up to 300 yards here. But then again, he got a feel of what it's like to win, even though he did bump the second place finisher quite a few times. So he's one that has to be considered. Just touching on the 1-horse, Caraway's Mr. Azure. He drops out of an open races to an Ontario sired event. And the 2-horse, Caraway's Candy Lane, broke very sharply in his debut, and I don't think it'll be long before he wins his maiden.
Okay, there are 5 minutes to race number 6. I just want to remind everyone, we do have a great upcoming card today, with the next race being the 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity. And of course, the Derby's on today. The Derby, the best 3-year-olds in Canada are going forward in race number 9 on today's card of racing. So please stick around. We've got some exciting races coming up. We'll see you soon.
The horses are now entering the track for today's sixth race. It's for Ontario sired maiden 3-year-olds and upward, running for a purse of $13,000. Number 1, Caraway's Mr. Azure, owned by the partnership of Wayne and Carol Proctor, and ridden today by jockey Norman D'Souza. Number 2 is Caraway's Candy Lane, owned by Luc Menard, the mount to Rachel Isaacs. Number 3 is Howard Walton's Signature Eyes, the jockey Tony Phillips. Number 4 is Summer's Grace, owned by Chantal Bourgeois, Cassandra Jeske in the irons. And completing the field, number 5 is Kit's a Winner, owned by Earl Foster, the mount to Max Badal. That is your field for the sixth race, going a distance of 300 yards. 1 minute till post time. Oh, the horses are now approaching the starting gates. All the horses have now reached the starting point and they're loading into the gates. First one in, number 2, Caraway's Candy Lane. 3, Signature Eyes is in. Summer's Grace, currently the 3 to 5 choice on the board, is in. 2 left to load. The 5, Kit's a Winner on the outside, and the 1, Caraway's Mr. Azure along the rail. They're at the post. And they're off. Caraway's Mr. Azure got out quickest. Second is Caraway's Candy Lane. Third in the center is Summer's Grace. And to the outside, Kit's a Winner. Signature Eyes has lots of work to do. Summer's Grace now coming on and taking over the lead quite convincingly. Summer's Grace wins it. Kit's a Winner second. And Caraway's Candy Lane completes the triactor. Race 6 unofficial, 4-5-2. The unofficial winner of the sixth race was number 4, Summers Grace. Second, number 5, Kitsa Winner. Third, number 2, Caraway's Candy Lane. And fourth, number 1, Caraway's Mr. Azure. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to correct the order of finish. It was posted incorrectly. The actual correct order is 4-5-2-1, not 1-2-3-4, which was posted incorrectly. Once again, the order of finish in this sixth race. The winner is number 4, Summers Grace. Kitsa Winner second. Caraway's Candy Lane third. And Caraway's Mr. Azure finished fourth. The results of the sixth race are now official. The winner is number 4, Summers Grace, 3-year-old Sorrel filly by Look at Magic's Form, out of Winning Situation by Trace Hayes. Bred and owned by Chantal Bourgeois and trained by Chantal Bourgeois, and ridden to victory by jockey Cassandra Jeske. Summers Grace winning the distance with a time of 16.306 seconds, carrying a speed index of 64. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 4-3-5-1-2. Those are the total results of the sixth race. The seventh race is the 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity, with $40,000 added, running for a purse of $41,040 for 4-year-olds and upward. In that seventh race, the following overweights: number 1, Firing Red Jess, 1 pound over. Number 4, Had to Be Ivory, 1 pound over. And number 6, Trays on Fire, 3 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on: number 1, Firing Red Jess. Race 7 is Race A of this afternoon's Late Pick 4.
Summers Grace, has won her maiden in her second career start, and this is quite a story for owner, trainer, and breeder Chantal Bourgeois. And this is a 3-0 filly by Chantal's own stallion, Look at Magic's Form. Now, she was 1-5 in the race, and she won like a 1-5 shot. But it hasn't been an easy road for this filly. And Chantal, tell me a little bit about Summer's Grace, your homebred filly. She needs a little bit of special treatment?
She has a lot of anxiety in the paddock. This is our 4th time to the paddock in our 2nd race. We've been here every training day to the paddock. I have huge thank yous to make to Katie Brown, Phil, Kent. Everybody's worked so hard to get this filly here today, and it's much appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, and she really looked good today. I mean, I know the boys saddling her, and you're walking with her, and Katie with the pony, and even you had the winner's circle picture taken on the track, right?
Yeah, the minute she comes in here, she literally just tenses and tries to go up in the air, so it was just safer. And we're hoping after today she had a really good result, that she can maybe tone it down a bit with her stress levels.
Well, tell me a little bit before you go about Look at Magic's Form. He's got to have some sort of amazing record with his foals and starters.
He has 9 starters, 8 winners, 5 stakes qualifiers, 4 stakes placed, and 3 stakes winners.
That's amazing. Well, I hope that he gets lots of attention in the coming breeding season, and I hope we see Summer's Grace again this year.
Hoping to make it back for the Sire Derby.
Very good. Well done. Thank you for taking some time. Go and play with your filly there and tell her she did good.
Thanks.
All right. We have the late pick 4 coming up soon, and we have the Ontario bred maturity is next.
Horse racing makes me feel alive. Horse racing, very thrilling. Horse racing, the speed, be as one with the animal, nothing on earth, on the planet like it.
Back in the summer of '69, AjaxDowns opened its doors. It all started when the Peacock family, already big into horse racing, felt a racetrack was the perfect recreational use of their property, especially since Sunday activities in the area were limited. Many remember Peacock Downs and its old J-track. The track was J-shaped and uniquely curved to the right, the opposite way of the other North American tracks. They trained all the horses to turn right, not left, to avoid the highway, and it worked this way for 30 years. In 2009, Peacock Downs became AjaxDowns, and a state-of-the-art 6-furlong oval racetrack was constructed. With about half a century of established horse racing history, AjaxDowns offers world-class racing with horse speeds of 45 miles an hour. It offers slots, dining, and live entertainment, and is still the best activity to take part in on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay, Jen, the party's starting. We've got the first of our 2 stake races on today's card. The 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity, $41,000 up for grabs, and we've got some champions in here. Had to be Ivory, 1-5.
Yes, we have the last 2 AjaxDowns horses of the year, and that includes Had to Be Ivory, the 2019 Horse of the Year. And boy, is he putting on a show here in the walking ring. He is on his toes and ready to go. You know, he just broke the track record for 400 yards here at AjaxDowns in his last start, August 11th. A 110 speed index that day, Nick. One of the highest numbers we've seen here at the track in many years. So he's at the top of his game. He's won 15 of 20 starts, and he is 6 for 7 at this 400-yard distance.
Do you think he likes 400 yards?
Yeah.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. 5-horse Country's coming back. Cassandra Jeske riding for trainer Don Reed. This horse owned by Ralph Pearson. He's coming off a big win last time.
Big confidence building win, and you know, a nice little spot for him to get back on track. And this horse has won 14 races in his career, and he has duked it out with all of these champions. Feisty Icon, Had to Be Ivory, Country Boy, and this year, you know, he was being second and third a lot to these guys, but that win was pretty sharp. Cassandra's on a roll because she just won the last race.
Let's talk about another former champion, Feisty Icon, the 2-horse, currently on the board at a very juicy 12-1. Tony Phillips retains the mound off this horse, coming off a win in the Ontario Sires Maturity back on August the 18th. I know one thing about this horse. He does not like the heat. And it's not hot today. It's a very cool day. He's looking good. This 9-year-old gelding, can he give it one more shot here for trainer owner Rick Kennedy?
Well, I tell you, Rick gave his horse about 6 weeks off before that last race, the Ontario Sired Maturity, and he won at 6-1, which if you had told me that the horse was going to be these odds that he's won at in the last couple of years. I mean, he won the Peacock Championship last fall at 16-1. So he still got it, as we can tell, and he always makes a good appearance in the walking ring as well. He likes to prance around and show off. Watch him in the way when he's walking out to the track. He likes to give a couple of bucks or two.
Let's talk about the one-horse Fire and Red, Jess. I guess the question mark here is the distance. Is that not? I mean, he is a nice horse. Won a stake this year, won the Peacock.
Third place finishes. The way he won earlier in the maturity, when he had to be Ivory country, thankful to be no. He was 21-1 that day when he pulled off that upset. Then he was beaten in the neck by Feisty Icon in the Ontario Sire's Maturity, and just weakened late. And then most recently, you know, the mud and the outside post, I'm not sure, you know, he just was a little bit came behind. Country's coming back. But yeah, from the inside, he's going to have to be really powerful in the late stages, because had to be Ivory, Country's coming back, and Feisty Icon are all going to be strong at the finish.
Okay, and Helen Vanek, 4-year Helen, is on the 3-horse She's Sizzling.
Yeah, She's Sizzling hasn't won in a couple of seasons, but she pops up now and then, and she really has plenty of ability. It's just getting the right spot. 2 starts ago, she lost by a neck, and she stumbled so badly that day. It was amazing that she ran that well. But again, she hasn't been in razor-sharp form for a while, so these guys are going to be tough.
And the last horse we haven't spoken about is the 6-horse. It's taken a lot of money, actually. Tread on Fire. Ismael Mascara retains the mound on this horse. 3 I would think.
I actually quite liked him in the Ontario Sire Stakes Maturity when he was 5th behind Feisty Icon. I thought it was a pretty good effort from the inside that day. Most recently, he was sort of one pace. I think with this guy, the distance is going to be key. He won at this distance last year and was 4th in this race last September. So I would consider thinking about putting him in superfecta wagers.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because at 400 yards last year, he did beat Feisty Icon and Country's Coming Back, who are both in here. So, you know, if he's going to turn it around, maybe the 400 yards is going to be the key today. So this is the first of our Pick 4 on today's card. If you want to quickly put up my Pick 4 ticket, I took a ticket that was a $24 ticket for $1. I used the 2 and the 4 in here, Feisty Icon and Had to Be Ivory. I used 2 in the next race, 3 in race number 9, and if you make it to race number 10, I can almost guarantee you'll win, because I don't think it's anyone but the 5 or 10 in race number 10.
5 or 9.
Or 5 or 9, right. 5 or 9 in race number 10. There is no 10 in race number 10. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, there's a Frankie Pick 4 too.
Yeah, but Frankie spends too much money. I don't have Frank's kind of money. You know, Frank, look at Frank's ticket. I mean, he's using all buttons and schmucks and this and that. Frankie's just got too much money. I'm on a budget. But that's why they call him Frankie Smooth. There you
Frankie
go.
Smooth.
It's between Nick and Frankie on today's Pick 4. Good luck with your wagering. Oh, both Jen and I will be with you for the run-up. If we see a last-minute thing, we'll see you soon.
horses are now parading onto the track for the 7th race. It's the 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity with $40,000 added for 4-year-olds and upward, running for a purse of $41,040. Number 1, Firing Red Jess, owned by George Coleman, trained by Scott Reed, and ridden by Carly Furlonger. Number 2 is Feisty Icon, owned and trained by Rick Kennedy, the mount to Tony Phillips. Number 3 is She's Sizzling, owned by the partnership of Eric and Joyce Lettinen, trained by Eric Lettinen and Helen Vanek in the irons. Number 4 is Had to Be Ivory, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, trained by Bryn Robertson, Corey Spataro in the saddle. Number 5 is Ralph Pearson's Country's Comin' Back, trained by Don Reed and ridden by Cassandra Jeske. And number 6 is the Big Dog Racing Stables Trey on Fire, trained by Carol McIntyre and ridden today by jockey Ismael Mosquera. That is your field for the 7th race, going a distance of 400 yards. Just 2 minutes till post time. Race 7 is race A of this afternoon's late pick 4.
Okay, Jen, it's playoff time. First of our 2 stake races on today's card of racing. How did these mature horses look in post parade and then in their gallop out? They look fantastic to me.
Yeah, you can't really separate at this level when these horses come onto the track. They're all beautifully turned out. They're all on their toes. They all know what it's all about, right? And a horse like Had to Be Ivory, who is just chomping on the bit, but at the same time, he's not overly anxious or anything. And you could say that about all of these horses. They look great, but Had to Be Ivory really stands out as far as just his presence on the track.
There you go. There's 1 minute to post. Don't forget, this is the start of our late pick 4. We should have a pretty good pool going on in this pick 4. And don't get shut out. We'll see you soon.
All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point and they're loading into the gates. In the Ontario bred maturity, number 1, Firing Red Jess is the first one in, trying to give trainer Scott Reed his third win of the afternoon. Number 2, Feisty Icon goes in, trying to give Phillips and Kennedy their second winner on the card. Number 3 is She's Sizzling, currently the longest shot on the board at 21-1. Had to Be Ivory, the heavy choice at 2-5. Country's Coming Back, with Cassandra Jeske trying to win back-to-back races, and Trey's on Fire. Acting up in the gate, number 1, Firing Red Jess. They're at the post. And they're off. Feisty Icon towards the inside. In the center of the track is Had to Be Ivory. Third on the outside is Country's Coming Back. And Had to Be Ivory now accelerates to take over the lead. Country's Coming Back as the main threat as those two come down to the payoff. It's Had to Be Ivory and Country's Coming Back. Who's it going to be in the Ontario bred maturity? It's Had to Be Ivory. Wins it by a neck. Country's Coming Back was second. The unofficial winner of the 7th race was number 4, Had to Be Ivory. Second was number 5, Country's Coming Back. In the show photograph, it was number 3, She's Sizzling finishing third, with number 2, Feisty Icon finishing fourth. The results of the 7th race are now official. The winner of the Ontario Bred Maturity is number 4, Had to Be Ivory. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Ivory James out of Had to Be Fandango by Had to Be Nuts. Bred and owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, Had to Be Ivory is trained by Bryn Robertson and ridden to victory by jockey Corey Spataro. Had to Be Ivory winning the distance with a time of 20.090 seconds, carrying a speed index of 94. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 543-126. Those are the total results of the 7th race. In this upcoming 8th race, the following overweights, both number 1, Shake Some Sugar, and number 8, High Class Ecstasy, are 5 pounds over. Number 4, I Am the Eagle, 3 pounds over. And the following horses, all 1 pound over, are number 2, Checkered Flag, number 3, Jessa Train Y'all, number 5, Usain Colt, and number 7, Wavin' Back at Ya. Race 8 is Race A of the late pick 3.
The 10th running of the Ontario Bred Maturity has gone to Had to Be Ivory in quite a thriller. He ended up being 1-9 favorite. This Ontario Bred for Carol and Jamie Robertson, trainer Bryn Robertson and jockey Corey Spataro, and he just held off a determined Country's Coming Back with a 94 speed index, I think it was. That's his 16th career win in 21 starts. Corey, you just started riding Ivory this season. That's your 3rd straight win and your 2nd added money event. Tell me about the race today. I thought he was pretty on his toes in the walking ring today, like really sort of wound up.
Yeah, he was sharp, a lot sharper than I'm used to him being. I was expecting him to just kind of give us another record, a track record today. But, you know, we kind of broke a little half behind and kind of run on at the end. And I always knew Ralphie's horse there, Country's Coming Back, was the one to really be worried about because he ran a hell of a race, his last one out there. But, you know, I knew Ivory would come ready to run, and he's going to give us his best race on that day.
Would you say that it's possible that coming off of a race where he broke the 400-yard track record and one of the best races ever run in his life, he might have been a little bit, not quite as sharp today?
No, I don't think that really affects him. He's a big, strong guy. Really, that one day when he broke the track record, it really seemed like it didn't take much out of him. Like he was just it was just another day at the office. Today, I was expecting a bit better, but we won the race, and that's all that matters.
Well done, Corey. That's your 23rd win, and you're holding the lead in the Jocks race as well.
Thank you.
All right, Bryn, come on up here and talk about your boy. Had to be Ivory. Bryn Robertson from Hillsburg, Ontario. He owns the farm up there, Hill Erin, with Carol. Hello, Carol. Bryn, tell me about Ivory this year. You only got to run him twice last season. This year, he looks like he's at the top of his game.
Well, last year, he come down with some sort of blood disorder. We never did find out what it was, but he seems good this year. The race that he won, the last race he won, he was pretty sharp, but then he hadn't run for 3 or 4 weeks, I think. I had to bring him back for a time, so it was 6 or 7 weeks ago that he ran. So he'll be sharper next time, I hope.
Yeah, well, hopefully we're going to get to see him one more time. Is that right?
Yeah, we're going to run the Alex Peikoff.
All right. Well, congratulations, Bryn. I know you have a big weekend coming up because it maybe is your birthday.
Oh, yeah.
You're like just a young buck.
Yeah.
So, well, happy birthday, early happy birthday. Congratulations with Ivory.
Thank you very much.
All right, we got more excitement coming up. We have the late pick 3, and included in that is the Peikoff Derby for the best 3-year-olds on the grounds.
Race number 8 is the Speed Index event. These horses are going 330 yards. How do you top the last race, Jen? That was a great finish.
Yeah, that was a great finish, and Country's coming back, really surging there. And Ralph Pearson put the word out right after the race. He said the next one, the Alex Peikoff Championship, 440. He says he's gonna beat Had to Be Ivory.
I'm just making a note of that on my phone right here. Ralph Pearson said, okay, there you go. Let's talk about this race right here. 330 the distance, 85 and under. I think this is a tough race in the 4-horse. I Am the Eagle taking all the early money.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of betting support, and that's the First Line Racing Syndicate. So the multiple owners of that syndicate put together by the Quarter Racing Owners of Ontario, and they have 2 horses, of course, the Kingsman, who ran so well today to be second, and the Eagle, who is looking for his first win of the season, and he is getting some class relief today. He has been racing against stakes winners such as Country Fried Chicken, Maryland Magic, Spy for the Senate. And, you know, the one thing about the Eagle is that his little habit sometimes of hopping up at the start of his races tends to cost him a better placing. But his last race was quite good, and he did hop a bit at the start. But the easier company today, I think, is going to make a difference.
Okay, there you go. Now, what about the 1-horse? Shake Some Sugar, Brian Bell, Joe Tavares. This horse is coming off a game effort.
Yeah, it was a really good effort. He was closing strongly. He was kind of not keeping a straight path at the end there. Brian Bell sort of had to take a little bit of a hold of him, but finished very well behind It Takes Two to Tango, who was going out of his career a winner that day. And Phil Jefferson third, and he ran well today. This is a third start off the layoff for Shake Some Sugar, and that's a favorite race of mine to bet a horse because it tends to be a peak effort for a horse coming off of a layoff. But this group is pretty tough. You notice he's been running in Speed Index races against a little bit easier.
And if by any miracle you're not alive in the pick 4, you can start at pick 3 in here. But I got to think you're alive. So press, baby, press. The start of the pick 3 coming up in 6 minutes. Jen, I'm going to see you upstairs because you and I have some business to do.
Okay.
The horses are now entering the track for today's 8th race. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 85 and under, running for a purse of $10,500. Number 1, Shake Some Sugar, owned by Christine Tavares. Brian Bell in the saddle. Number 2 is Checkered Flag, owned by Milena Fitchin, ridden today by jockey Ricardo Moreno. Number 3 is Jessa Train Y'all, owned by Craig Spada and the Mount Tikori Spataro. Number 4 is First Line Racing Syndicate's I Am the Eagle, ridden today by jockey Ismael Mosquera. Number 5 is Usain Colt, owned by the partnership of Colleen McCracken and Scott Reed, and ridden by Carly Furlonger. Number 6 is Memory of Griffin, owned by the partnership of Eric and Joyce Lettinen, and ridden today by jockey Tony Phillips. Number 7 is Wavin' Back At Ya, owned by Rick Crispy, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo aboard. And completing the field, number 8 is High Class Ecstasy, owned by Marissa Hutchinson, and ridden by 10 Harriot. That is your field for the 8th race, going a distance of 330 yards. 1 minute till post time. Race 8 is Race A of this afternoon's Late Pick 3. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. Number 1, Shake Some Sugar is the first one in. Jockey Brian Bell looking for his third win of the afternoon. Usain Colt is in. Checkered Flag. Jessa Trainiol, Memory of Griffin. Waving back at you, 2 left to load. They are number 4, I Am the Eagle, and number 8, High Class Ecstasy. They're at the post. And they're off. Just a Trainiol broke out sharpest. So away second is Checkered Flag. From the outside, Memory of Griffin is third. And Just a Trainiol, the one to collar, shakes some sugar digging in. And now getting through is I Am the Eagle. I Am the Eagle in deep stretch takes over and is going to win it over Just a Trainiol. We're going to have a show photo between Checkered Flag and Memory of Griffin. The unofficial winner of the 8th race was number 4, I Am the Eagle. Second was number 3, Jessa Trainiol. In the show photograph, it was number 2, Checkered Flag, finishing 3rd, and number 6, Memory of Griffin, finishing 4th. If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a stewart's inquiry in this 8th race. It does not affect the top 4 finishers. It is regarding whether the number 1 horse, Shake Some Sugar, your unofficial 7th place finisher, was given a fair start. Hold on to all your tickets, please, as the 8th race is under review by the stewards. Ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video by the stewards, they have determined that number 1, Shake Some Sugar, was given a fair start. Therefore, there will be no refund given on number 1, Shake Some Sugar. The numbers on the board will become official momentarily. The results of the 8th race are now official. The winner is number 4, I Am the Eagle. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by One Dashing Eagle out of Imagine If by Strawfly Special. Foaled in Oklahoma by CC Stock Farm. I Am the Eagle is owned by the First Line Racing Syndicate, trained by Bob Broadstock, and ridden to victory by jockey Ismael Mosquera, his second win of the afternoon. Rechecking is I Am the Eagle, winning the distance with a time of 17.189 seconds, carrying a speed index of 86. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 732 15468. Those are the total results of the 8th race. Upcoming now is the 9th running of the Peacock Derby, with $50,000 added, making it a total purse of $61,020. In that 9th race, the following overweights: number 3, Jessa Prima Donna, number 4, JM Southern Express, and number 8, America's Rocket Man, and number 10, SR Blue Hawk, all carry 1 pound over. Number 6, Twixt of Fate, is 5 pounds over, and number 7, Streakin' Little Wagon, 3 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on: number 5, Perrier Special, number 6, Twixt of Fate, and number 10, SR Blue Hawk. Also note that number 5, Perrier Special, is running on first-time Lasix.
Horse racing makes me feel alive. Horse racing, very thrilling. Horse racing, the speed, be as one with the animal, nothing on earth, on the planet like it.
Back in the summer of '69, AjaxDowns opened its doors. It all started when the Peacock family, already big into horse racing, felt a racetrack was the perfect recreational use of their property, especially since Sunday activities in the area were limited. Many remember Peacock Downs and its old J-track. The track was J-shaped and uniquely curved to the right, the opposite way of the other North American tracks. They trained all the horses to turn right, not left, to avoid the highway, and it worked this way for 30 years. In 2009, Peacock Downs became AjaxDowns, and a state-of-the-art 6-furlong oval racetrack was constructed. With about half a century of established horse racing history, AjaxDowns offers world-class racing with horse speeds of 45 miles an hour. It offers slots, dining, and live entertainment, and is still the best activity to take part in on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay, Jen, it's that time of year where it's talk derby to me. It's derby time. You got the shirt on and everything. Talk derby to me. The Peacock Derby coming up in 10 minutes, 11 minutes. It's $61,000, the best 3-year-olds in the country. What say you?
I say that just a first quick look at the field behind me here, and boy, you wouldn't want to try to pick one out on looks alone because they all look super. That was America's Rocket Man just walking by behind me there, and what a good year he's had, and he's going to try his luck against tougher. But so far, I'm pretty surprised. The money on Perrier Special is very strong, 1-5. And he won the faster trial of the two trials, marginally faster. But, you know, this is a competitive field. And while he led all the way that day, and he's a very big, tall, strong horse, I think he's still going to have his hands full with Streaking Little Wagon.
I agree with you. You know, the extra week's going to probably help this horse. If you have a program, you'll notice on the program that he did win easily last time. However, he did bleed that day, and he is on first-time Lasix for today's outing, or first-time Lasix in a while. He raced on Lasix down in Remington Park, but hasn't been on that program since then. That should help him, but still, you know, you have to be a little bit concerned. I wouldn't be betting at 2 to 5. Let's talk about Streaking Little Wagon in here. I mean, what can you say about this 3-year-old filly? She's had 13 lifetime starts. She's won 8 of them. She hasn't done much wrong in her life.
No, she was the top 2-year-old here last season, and this year she has been on the road and done well. So we'll let the gang here catch up. We didn't get a chance to see the 5-horse much, but there's the 6, Twixt of Fate. But we'll talk about Streaking Little Wagon for a second here. She won the other trial. It was a tiny bit off of the time of Perrier Special. Sorry, it's getting very windy here. And she's won 4 of 8 this season. I mean, she started in March, Nick, at Remington Park. She came back home, just got beaten the Princess Derby, and then went off to Canterbury, where she won the Canterbury Derby worth $83,000 US. Then she came here and won the trial. Ismail Mascara rode her for the first time, and he's back on board. There was nothing wrong with the race. She held off Twixt of Fate. But speaking of that 6-horse Twixt of Fate, Nick, I mean, I showed that race earlier today. He stumbled badly at the start of that.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly did. And, you know, that day he had the 1 hole. He gets a much more favorable hole today. He is my selection in here. He moves from the 1 hole to the 6 hole, gets into the middle of the track, you know, and he is going to show speed. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and Brian Bell has actually been coming to life in the stakes races the last few weeks, so he holds a hot hand. But, you know, Tony Phillips is going to ride Perrier Special. Corey Spataro is on America's Rocket Man, so Brian Bell gets the call, and I bet she's pretty excited about this one.
Okay, let's talk maybe about a bit of a long shot in here. The 8 are looking to sweep both stake races today. This horse is going to show more speed today than he did last time, I believe.
Yeah, well, he started the year with a whole bunch of wins, and he's one of Corey's most favorite horses. He's just, we're not sure where he fits on the top rung of the older horses here, and I'm not sure about the 400 yards, but his trial effort was credible, and, you know, if you want to throw him into the superfecta, I think another horse to consider here is the 2-horse. That's Had to Be Ivory's half-brother, Had to Be Relentless. And Josh Scott is going to ride him. Now, this guy, at the beginning of the year, you would have thought that he was going to go on to do a whole bunch of good things here. Okay, we've just had an incident here. Perrier Specials acted up in the walking ring.
Again, he's done that before.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a look at him. But Had to Be Relentless won his first 2 starts, or won his second and third starts of the season, and finished 3rd in the trial, the Streaking Little Wagon and Twixt of Fate. I think he's got an interesting shot here to hit the superfecta.
There's no question about that. Let's look at some other long shot plays in here, because I think it's important that, you know, if you're betting a trifecta or a superfecta, you want to take a bit of a price horse in here. How about the 2-horse Had to Be Relentless?
Oh, that's the one we just talked about.
I was just testing you. That's all I was doing. Boy, I'm a good tester, aren't I?
Yes, the 4-horse, JM Southern Express is another one. Closed very well behind Perrier Special in the trial. Actually, he's been second to that horse twice in a row. Ricardo Moreno is going to ride him for Jason Pascoe. This is a sneaky one, too. Actually owned by Jason's GFR Equine Services, who also owns Streaking Little Wagon.
Okay, the 1-horse KK Blue Cartel. Helen Vanek. I mean, you know, Helen's got a really good record with this horse. She's ridden this horse like 4 or 5 times, and the horse has run great every time.
Yeah, and this is the stablemate of America's Rocket Man, and this guy did very well at the beginning of the season, and co-owned by Craig Spada and his longtime assistant there, Doug Hart, and you know, he tried the trial against Streaking Little Wagon. I got a little bit tired at the end. I don't know about how much he's going to love the distance. You know, he's shown a lot of speed, and he's... now we've got somebody else loose here.
Oh, we got a loose
Okay,
one.
hang on. I got the 10 horses loose. SR Blue Hawk has wandered away, so... Lots of action here for the top rung 3-year-olds. We're going to have to check the run-up, Rick, and see how they do once they get on the track.
The name's Nick, not Rick.
Right.
Okay, whatever. Okay, that's our pre-game, our pre-look at race number 9 coming up to you in about 4 minutes. Not going to be 4 minutes. They got 4 minutes on the board, but it's going to take a good 10 minutes before we get to the gate. And then but both Jen and I will be with you. Jen or Ren, I can't remember your name, is going to be up with you for race number 9.
If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, regarding this upcoming 9th race, we have a late vet scratch. Scratch the number 5 horse, Perrier Special. Late vet scratch the number 5 Perrier Special. If you've wagered on number 5 Perrier Special, win, place, show, exactor, triactor, or superfecta, you will be given a full refund. However, if you have number 5 Perrier Special in a multiple exotic wager, such as the pick 3 or pick 4, you will now inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, late vet scratch number 5 Perrier Special. The horses are now parading onto the track for the 9th race. It's the 9th running of the Peacock Derby with $50,000 added, running for a total purse of $61,020. Number 1, KK Blue Cartel, owned by the partnership of Doug Hart and Craig Spada, trained by Craig Spada, and ridden by Helen Vanek. Number 2 is Had to Be Relentless, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, trained by Bryn Robertson, the jockey Josh Scott. Number 3 is Jessa Prima Donna, owned by the partnership of Isaac Fair and Craig Spada, trained by Craig Spada, and ridden today by jockey Carly Furlonger. Number 4 is the GFR Equine Services JM Southern Express, trained by Jason Pasco, the mount to Ricardo Moreno. Scratch number 5, Perrier Special. Number 6 is Twixt of Fate, owned by Richard Winsakabi, trained by Michelle Woodley, Brian Bell in the saddle. Number 7 is the GFR Equine Services Streakin' Little Wagon, trained by Jason Pasco and ridden by Ismael Mosquera. Number 8 is Irwin Wall's America's Rocket Man, trained by Craig Spada, Corey Spataro in the irons. Number 9 is Rosie Perry, owned by Aaron Krisman, trained by Craig Spada, the jockey Cassandra Jeske. And completing the field, number 10 is SR Blue Hawk, owned by Emily Obu, trained by Jason Pasco, and ridden today by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. That is your field for the 9th race, going a distance of 400 yards. 3 minutes till post time.
There we go, Jen. It's now coming up to post time here at Ajax Downs. Any bad actors in post parade today?
Well, bad actors, I don't know. I mean, are you talking about yourself? Oh, sorry.
Always.
Okay. No bad actors. I mean, unfortunately, Perrier Special had to be scratched. The 10 horse, SR Blue Hawk, got a bit fractious and ended up in the bushes. So he's still running. He looks fine. But otherwise, everybody looks really good. I think the horse that wins the post parade is the 6 horse, Twixt of Fate. He looked a lot like Had to Be Ivory did. Very controlled energy and focused. I also like the way the 4 horse looked, JM Southern Express, and the 8 America's Rocket Man, who is also one of my favorites anyways.
There you go, right from Jen. Horses will be at the gate shortly. Good luck with your wagering.
The Arctic Sunday too, eh? So the Arctic 3 on.
All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 1, KK Blue Cartel is the first one in. Number 6, Twixt of Fate, trying to give Bell and Woodley their second win of the afternoon. Number 2 has Had to Be Relentless, trying to give Bryn Robertson both stakes victories. Number 3 is Just a Prima Donna, one of 4 in the field for Craig Spada. 7 is Streakin' Little Wagon, the 3-5 choice for Jason Pasco. Mosquera looking for win number 3 this afternoon. America's Rocket Man is in, as is JM Southern Express. 2 left to load. Rosie Perry and SR Blue Hawk in the 9th running of the Peacock Derby for 3-year-olds. They're at the post, and they're off. Out together, KK Blue Cartel and Had to Be Relentless. In the center of the track is JM Southern Express, and between horses is Twixt of Fate and Streakin' Little Wagon. From the outside, America's Rocket Man, but now getting through is Twixt of Fate with a slight advantage. Here comes Streakin' Little Wagon. Streakin' Little Wagon is going to win the Peacock Derby. Twixt of Fate was second, and a photo for the balance. The unofficial winner of the 9th race was number 7, Streakin' Little Wagon. Second was number 6, Twixt of Fate. Third, number 2, Had to Be Relentless. And fourth, number 8, America's Rocket Man. The results of the 9th race are now official. The winner of the 9th running of the Peacock Derby is Streakin' Little Wagon. Congratulations to the GFR Equine Services trainer Jason Pasco with his 2nd win of the afternoon, and jockey Ismail Mosquera on his 3rd winner on the card. Streakin' Little Wagon is a 3-year-old bay filly by Fast Prize Jordan out of La Jolla's Fortune by Streakin' La Jolla. Foaled in Oklahoma by GFR Equine Services. Streakin' Little Wagon winning the distance with a time of 20.326 seconds, carrying a speed index of 88. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 835, 6 late vet scratch, 21497. Those are the total results of the 9th race. In this 10th and final race of the afternoon, the following overweights, both number 1 is Vestments and number 4 Caraway's Zoomin' Lane, both 5 pounds over. Number 3, Papi Chulo, 4 pounds over. And number 9, Kiss My Crystals, 1 pound over.
Wow, what an edition of the Peacock Derby, and the filly did it again. Streakin' Little Wagon, getting past Twist of Fate in the final yards there with Had to Be Relentless third. Congratulations to owner breeder GFR Equine Services, otherwise known as Jason Pasco and Brianne Langford. Jason's with me here, and jockey Ismail Mosquera. And the filly very strong in the stretch. Ismail, talk to me about this filly. She won the trial. It was a little bit slower than Perrier Special's time. Now, unfortunately, he didn't get to race today. But you were sort of behind the 8 ball a little bit out of the gate today. You had to run down Twixt of Fate. Were you worried at all?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the connections, Jason, and all the crew to give me opportunity to ride such an amazing filly. And I got to know her a little bit more in the trials. She's just a good horse, and she needs to be ridden just as such. So when the other horse was in front of me, I know she having her is just not be desperate and get patience and let her, get their speed under her legs, and she showed she ran them down at the end.
It's like she knows where the finish line is almost. I mean, and she's got lots of experience. This is her 9th win in 14 races, so she looks like a horse that just knows where to fire her best shot, I guess.
Well, it's like I said, she's a good horse. She has it all. She has patience, she has run, she has finish, she has good behavior in the gate. Like, she's just a good horse.
Well, you're a good rider. That's your
Thank you.
third win today, and you're one behind Corey and the leading riders. I'll let you go. I'll bring in Jason Pasco, who not only trains this lovely filly Streakin' Little Wagon, but owns her and bred her. Now, I know she's not Canadian bred, but that obviously doesn't matter because she's been to the States and won big races. She's now won the Peacock Derby. What an incredible horse. And of course, she's a half-sister to your other big, great horse, streaking shaggin' wagon, so I guess there was expectations there. But did you expect her to be this good?
No, I mean, we never knew. But when we started working her as a 2-year-old, I thought she was pretty decent. She was really, really small, and that was our biggest concern, but it hasn't seemed to bother her at all.
I remember seeing photos that Brienne put up on Facebook saying, you know, she was a little squirt or something, just a little wee thing. But her power, and I mean, do you think there's something to be said with the fact that she knows what to do out there?
She knows how to win, I think, and she's real light across the ground and covers it real easy. And like Ishmael said, she's really well behaved. I mean, we're all lucky to have her in the barn, and everybody connected to her, you know, that does everything at home and here. We sure couldn't do it without all of them.
Yeah, you have a great team now. Will we see her again this year?
No.
No, that's it for her?
She's heading to Oklahoma in a couple weeks. She's got a derby down there in November.
Oh, she's going to run one more time in the States. Okay, Does that have trials?
It does, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we'll look out for that then. And well, congratulations, Jason. Continued success. Leading trainer, Jason Pascoe. Streaking Little Wagon, your own filly.
Thank you.
Race number 10 is the final race on today's card of racing. A maiden event. These are 3-year-olds and up, going 250 yards. Before we talk about this race, Jen, I just want to remind everyone that we are here every Wednesday, 12:55 post, till November the 3rd. So we've got about 6 more days of racing on your calendar. So mark it down if you're in the Durham region. Pop on in. I think you need to register before you come here. But other than that, we'd love to have you. And the weather's, I love this weather, by the way. Fall weather is my favorite.
It's perfect. I mean, when the sun went in a couple times, it got a little cool, but I'm still wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and the sun is very warm right now.
I'm wearing shorts all year round. As you know, I hibernate in the wintertime like the bears do. I go down south, so I don't take my shorts off. I don't even think I have a long pair of pants anymore. I think I burnt them all.
I'm just not going to go
Me
there.
and my buddy Bill Talon, who's on the track today, I don't know if he left or not, but me and my buddy Bill, we love to go down south. Anyways, race number 10, Fly Bell Cartel, the 5-horse, is 2-1 right now. What say you?
Yeah, she looks very good in this spot. 2 starts in the summer and 2 narrow losses, one of them to KK Blue Cartel, who went on to have a good season. She's been off since July, and she had 1 scheduled start in there, but got a little fussy at the gate and had to be scratched. So she came back on August 30th and had a gate workout just to get that out of her system. And there she is. And look at how calm she is, and she's looking around at all the greenery there, and looking very strong here for Bob Broadstock. 75, 79 speed indexes in her last 2 starts. And, you know, it's a big field. She needs to break promptly, but a lot of these are inexperienced.
Yeah, she's a fresh horse, too. She hasn't raced in a couple of months, a little over 2 months right now. She should be tough in here. The 9-horse, Kiss My Crystals, is a horse that's 0 for 10, but is always around for the money.
Yeah, she won't be a maiden for much longer. There she is with trainer Tom Dunlop. And in the slop on September 8th, didn't catch up to Just a Train Y'all, but was really giving that one a good chase. And he fared very well today, finishing second in a tough race, his first try against winners. So that's a good frame of reference for Kiss My Crystals.
Okay, the one horse I want to talk about a little bit, 9-2 right now, Investments. I know this horse is 0 for 11, but another horse coming off of freshening for trainer Carol McIntyre. You know, this horse hasn't run tremendously, but you know what? Could upset a bit in here.
Yeah, well, the horse has shown ability, no question. 2019, racing in the U.S., finished 3rd to end that season. Only raced here twice last year, and his second outing was the best one. But then, of course, we haven't seen him since then.
Yeah.
Looking very well here, walking with the pony, and Brian Bell will ride from the rail.
And I don't know. The other thing that I'm curious about is the 8-horse. Neil Husbands is riding this horse. Is that correct? Is Neil still on this horse? I believe he is. I didn't hear a rider change on this horse. You know, he hasn't ridden here in a while. He's only had 3 mounts all year. Interesting that he would ride this horse last race on the card.
I'm not sure about that, but this is a first-time starter 5-year-old by Country Chicks Man, who is, of course, a very top stallion, sire of Country's Coming Back and Country Boy 123. A few workouts to show there, and plenty of gate practice. Just trying to see who might be riding this horse.
I think it is Neil. I think I saw him earlier, but don't quote me on that, but we'll get a double check upstairs. I'm sure if he's not, Frankie will make an announcement in post-parade. Let me talk really quickly about the 7-horse. WI Beautiful Trauma. I talked to Norm D'Souza. He says, Nick, I got second-itis. What do I do? I said, win.
Okay, that's great. WI Beautiful Trauma. Didn't have a very lucky start last time. She broke outward and caused some interference, so she was demoted from 5th to 6th. She's learning. That was in the slop that day. Her race before that wasn't too bad. Just needs some racing. This will be her 3rd start off the layoff. There they're showing the 5 again, and she looks really good in this spot.
Okay, and if you're cheering for the underdog, how about the 4-horse Caraway Zoomin Lane? Wayne Proctor looking for his first winner, so is 10 Harriet.
Yeah, this horse had a very good rally last time. It wasn't that far behind Kiss My Crystals, and they were both chasing that runaway leader. This horse won't be long before he wins his maiden.
There you go. There is, they say, 1 minute to post, but we know that's not true. Horses will be on the track shortly. Frank will have the post parade. Good luck with your wagering. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you next week.
The horses are now entering the track for the 10th and final race of the afternoon. It's for maiden 3-year-olds and upward, running for a purse of $11,000. Number 1 is the Big Dog Racing Stables Investments. Jockey Brian Bell. Number 2 is 'Cause I Can Jump, owned by the partnership of Robin Brownhill and Nadia Marcoux, ridden today by jockey Cassandra Jeske. Number 3 is Papi Chulo, owned by Brooke Sisson, the mount to Rachel Isaacs. Number 4, Caraway Zoomin Lane, owned by the partnership of Wayne and Carol Proctor, 10 Harriot aboard. Number 5 is Fly Bell Cartel, owned by the partnership of the Peacock Cattle Company and Marie Broadstock, and ridden today by jockey Tony Phillips. Number 6 is SWM Blonde Hair Blue Eyes, owned by the partnership of Sean and Wendy Mack, the mount to Max Badal. Number 7 is WI Beautiful Trauma, owned by Sean Slater and ridden by Norman D'Souza. Number 8, Country Chicks Rock, owned by the partnership of Dan Giles and Mary Scramma, and ridden today by jockey Neil Husbands. And completing the field, number 9 is Rick Crispy's Kiss My Crystals, ridden by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. That is your field for the 10th race, going a distance of 250 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. Just 1 minute till post time. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. First one in is number 8, Country Chicks Rock, making its lifetime debut. Both number 2, Cause I Can Jump, and number 3, Poppy Chulo are in. Caraway Zoom In Lane goes in. SWM Blonde Hair Blue Eyes is in, as is WI Beautiful Trauma. 3 left to load. They are Cartel. They're at the post. And they're off. Towards the center of the track is Flybell Cartel, breaking the sharpest. Away second is Investments, and Cause I Can Jump is there, but this one is all over. It's going to be Flybell Cartel convincingly. Investments second, and Cause I Can Jump completes the triactor. Race 10 unofficial, 5-1-2. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Stewart's inquiry in this 10th and final race of the afternoon regarding the start of the number 6 horse, SWM Blonde Hair Blue Eyes. Once again, hold all tickets, please, until the 10th race has been posted official. The unofficial winner of the 10th race was number 5, Fly Bell Cartel. Second was number 1, Investments. Third, number 2, 'Cause I Can Jump. And fourth, number 3, Papi Chulo. Once again, the race is under review regarding the number 6 horse, SWM Blonde Hair Blue Eyes, regarding the start. Hold all tickets, please, until the 10th race has been posted official. Ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video, the stewards have determined that number 6, SWM Blonde Hair Blue Eyes, did receive a fair start. Therefore, there will be no refund given. Number 6, SWM Blonde Hair Blue Eyes, was given a fair start, therefore no refund, and is a DNF. Results of the 10th race are now official. The winner is number 5, Fly Bell Cartel, 4-year-old Baymare by He's Relentless out of Bell of the Cartel by Corona Cartel. Foaled in Oklahoma by Jose Guzman, Fly Bell Cartel is owned by the Partnership of Peacock Cattle Company and Marie Broadstock, trained by Bob Broadstock, second win of the afternoon, and ridden to victory by jockey Tony Phillips, also his second winner on the card. Fly Bell Cartel winning the distance with a time of 13.669 seconds, carrying a speed index of 79. Rechecking from top to bottom, the order of finish in your program should read 234, 81 DNF, 657. Those are the total results of the 10th race. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our day of live racing here at AjaxDowns until next Wednesday with first race post time at 12:55. Until then, this is Frank Ferrari wishing everyone to stay safe.
It looked like a quarter horse thing.
Well, we wrap up a super day of racing with Fly Bell Cartel winning her maiden for owners Peacock Cattle Company and Marie Broadstock, trainer Bob Broadstock, and jockey Tony Phillips. It was a TP bookends day today. TP won the first race, but we didn't catch up with them until now. And Fly Bell Cartel, big favorite at 6-5, winning over, I can't remember who was second now, but anyway, it seemed like a long time ago. Great day of racing, TP. Tell me about this filly. She was expected to win. You hadn't been on her. What did you know about her? Anything?
Well, the only thing I knew about her is the last race. I was right beside her, my horse acted up, and then probably landed on top of her butt, and she kind of got a little silly in the gate, and they had to scratch her. So I had to do something to redeem myself.
Aha, there you go. So you were on the horse that made her go kind of feisty there in the gate, and then Bob had to take her to the gate, and now she has won her maiden. Tell me about your day today. I know unfortunately your horse was scratched for the Peacock Derby, but you won the first race today. How was that win?
Well, I love that horse. Those Sugarman Perrys, I don't know, they always seem to perform, and they got good temperaments and stuff. If I was getting some kind of horse or whatever, I'd get a Sugarman Perry. They always show up, and they very genuine, and they got a good head on the body. So he brought it, and the winning dash.
Very good. Well, a good day for TP, good day for Ismail Mascara and the stakes winners today. Congratulations to Had to Be Ivory and Streaky Little Wagon. We are going to wrap it up with a rap from TP.
You mean from Fly Bell Cartel? Hell, she broke like a bat out of hell, so I just put the pedal to the metal.
That was very good.
These are just nice rose petals.
That was very
Winning
good.
the first and the last, that was a blast.
That's right. And we are going to be here every Wednesday through November 3rd. And there's stakes action pretty much every week. So please come on down and enjoy this great fall weather and place a few bets.